Alright, let's see. We gotta put our Esper list together real quick. Let me actually change the name. Update. So we've got to throw cards in a pile. Esper. Guess I got rid of the Esper. Nope. Nope. New deck. Who is going to be at the front of this monstrosity? Sure, why not Teferi? Yeah. Words are tough. So we do need to throw an island and a swamp in here. Why not? These look cool. We'll slowly make our way down, adding an assortment of cards in here. Yeah. Let's see how close we can get to getting this entire deck added in one sweep. I'm usually not terrible at this. I say before I'm about to miss like 15 obvious ones. Don't believe there's any blight beetles in this list. Whole bunch of those. Raymo, how's it going? Currently throwing the list together that Ricardo sent me yesterday before we hop into our first league. Just trying to remember everything that's in this list as I scroll through and see how many cards I can not skip over. I already know. Let's see. So the main should be missing 2 of these guys, 4 of these guys. Two of these in the main, 2 of them in the side. Then these. Alright. Should be the 75. Let's go ahead and get it sent over to Mana Traders. Or not Mana Traders. Stream Decker. That thing. Thing that shows everybody else what kind of monstrosity we're playing today. Set as current. Stuck at home, homeschooling the kiddos. Our province back in lockdown. it seems like that's kind of the case for a big chunk of North America. Is the first kind of wave came around and nobody was taking it as seriously as they should have. And now different areas are going back on another lockdown for like the third time. And people are just like, oh, well, they can't tell us what to do again. And like, well, this is why you keep having to go into lockdown. Because you're not listening. All right. Death Shadow stream. This is just what the doc ordered. I mean, if the doc is trying to just like get you to knock yourself off, then maybe hitting your head against the wall with a Death Shadow stream is worth it. I feel like there's a lot of people out there that might say a Death Shadow stream is not worth it because they are tired of seeing the same trend of not hitting threats over and over again. But you know what? We're a glutton for pain. Our premier just declared a state of emergency at noon. Oh, man. See, down here in Mississippi, we don't have states of emergency. We just have state of alcoholism and state of inebriation, state of illiteracy. Totally worth it. That's the spirit. I mean, trying to be optimistic, right? Like, somebody's got to do this job of playing every shadow list known to man and running into these rough situations over and over again. Same in Missouri. So you know my pain. That's what you're saying. Take it from a man that just went 1-4 with Jun this morning. Been there. Been there plenty of times. But I think that's like the joy of playing like a mid-range-ish deck in Modern is the 4-1s and 5-0s feel like you earned them. And then the 2-3s feel like, well, I'm just not going with the trend and playing like these absurdly broken cards. Alright, so his hand's got cantrips. It's got a whole bunch of redraws. Want to find a second land. And I would prefer to know whether or not my second land's on top before I cast like a Serum Visions. So one thing I see a lot is people like snap off Inquisition on turn 1 when they have land Inquisition. And especially against like a Catacombs deck, we're assuming some sort of mid-range strategy. The way that you lose these matchups, especially on a one-lander like this, is not seeing your second land. So if you just sit here and like poorly draw go off your one-lander for a few turns, you're going to be in trouble. So now we've got decisions. Do we want to play out Double Shadow? Do we want to Stone Forge? Do we want to Serum and Inquisition? Do we want Inquisition then play a Shadow? I think we're just going to play Stone Forge. Like, opponent can play a Liliana or something on their next team, Edict, or next turn, Edict our Stone Forge. But if we get to follow that up with, like, Double Shadow, we feel okay. Jun seems poorly Positioned, agreed. Esper is my favorite 3-color combination. Played Esper Shadow for a while and it was aggressively okay. So my problem historically with Esper has been like I don't like Ranger Captain of Eos. And then if you're not playing Ranger Captain of Eos, then what are you doing? Like, what's the draw to Esper over other color combinations? Nope. Wrong one. That one. So I guess we'll take the bolt. Shadow, shadow, say go. Let's see what this Bloodbraid hits. If Bloodbraid whiffs, we feel pretty good. If they like Bloodbraid into Thoughtseize or Inquisition. Like now we need to find a removal spell off of Serum. So like this isn't good because now we can Stoneforge, go get a Batterskull, but they just bolt the Stoneforge, Edict with the Liliana. Yep. It's dead to the Liliana. Alright. Gusts are okay. Leaks and mana leaks are okay. Leaks a little bit better on the play. We want to just go something like that. Or is like the Tension Sphere worth it here? Like we're assuming any number of like Abrupt Decays or Assassin's Trophies that they have in their 75 they're going to be bringing in. I think before Ranger Captain the draw used to be Souls, right? It was like Souls, then Ranger Captain, or Teferi, 3-mana Teferi. But having a Shadow deck without Battle Rage is a little rough. And like I don't think Stoneforge Mystic is enough of a reason to go white. Like, kind of how Volcania said that Esper was aggressively okay. I think that Stoneforge Mystic is just like aggressively medium. So let's put a Dismember on top. Can kind of help to clear the way for one of our threats. Batterskull and Shadow is kind of a nombo sometimes, but not always. Agreed. it's kind of like the combination where there's some number of times it's not going to matter because you just have two threats, and if either one lives, it's going to be able to close out the game. Um, but for the most part, it is a pretty lackluster combination. All right, so opponent not fatal pushing into turn there is really nice for me. So the hope is that this is just like Tarmogoyf pass. So now if opponent goes like Liliana, we Stoneforge in our sword, sack our Stoneforge to Liliana. I wonder if opponent's afraid of something like Stubborn Denial. It could also just be like sitting on a K command. Ancient Grudge, sure. Terminate my shadow, you got it. I think we're just going to play Gurmag out. So we've got 3 Snapcaster. So let's get Artifact to shrink their Tarmogoyf. Normally I would say get like Serum Visions, but that's one of our better snap targets. But we don't currently have double blue, and I don't really want to draw another land. So I guess Serum is fine. Gonti, how's it going? Beat you yesterday. I feel like I remember that one. Ren, ping me, and bolt. Nope. So if I get a chance to like Stoneforge in Batter Skull and stub Ancient Grudge, that would feel pretty nice. You're on Belcher. I do remember that one. We had pretty good hands against you. Joe Schmo, where's Teferi? Apparently not in the list. Another Ren and 6. Sure. So now they are pinging me. Alright. So this is like best case scenario for us, right? We get to put in Batter Skull, untap, push the Tarmogoyf. So we'll go Ren and 6, Ren and 6, UU. And I don't think they're going to have any great outs from here. Oh, Pygonti, thank you for the follow as well. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. So it's still lethal without this Gurmag, so I think I'm just going to let it go. It looks like my opponent's just wanting to like flashback Ancient Grudge on my Batter Skull. Or not. Alright. On to game 3. So you finally decided to play the worst Shadow deck around, unless it's not the worst since it can play Apparition. Well, it's not playing Apparition, so I can't speak too much on that end. Alright, on the draw, Sphere gets a little worse. Mana leaks a little worse, not a ton. Like, it just gets much more important on the draw to leverage our mana advantage. So, like, being able to counter their 2-drop with 1 mana, or kill their 2-drop with 1 mana. Counter their 2-drop, or their 3-drop ahead of curve. How's the league going? Well, this is the first match that we have played in the league. So currently on game 3 of match number 1, whatever that tells you. Also, the white equipment that gives first strike and flying seems pretty good. I mean, Maul of the Skyclave. I think that's it. Alright. I will absolutely take the opportunity to Stubborn Denial a Renin 6 here. Less excited about that one. So we might end up taking a hit or two off of this Tarmogoyf, which is fine. We just really wanted them to have a Ren there, not a Tarmogoyf. That being said, a lot of our threats do outgrow this very quickly. And we will absolutely counter that. Let's see what you got left. Not bad. So I think I'm just going to take K Command, attempt to mana leak this Tarmogoyf, and go from there. Like, stop Tarmogoyf from coming down, and it basically just becomes a find a threat situation. Threat. So let's see. They've got Lightning Bolt. We could put Fatal Push on top, Shock in Hallowed Fountain, crack the clearing to draw the push the Goyf. And then next turn, play Gurmag with like triple stub backup. But I would be going down to 8 and tapping out here. Alternatively, we could just play the Hallowed Fountain like tapped, pass, take another hit off the Tarmogoyf. No, it's probably just worse, right? I think we just kind of have to give them one turn. They have blind draw last turn, and then they'll have the draw for this turn to hit something that's going to, like, mess up this plan. Like, if they top deck a Liliana here or something like that, then this kind of all goes out the window. Fortunately, as we can see, they did not top deck the Liliana. So now we've got like the world's sturdiest Gurmag angler. Croaks is a bit of a pain. All right, we've got ourselves a race. Bolt me in the face. I think I'm just going to play it safe and keep my life total higher. Assume this is Blood Braid. I guess it's probably get back Croxa. That's right. That's just better, right? Push this now because if I draw into like Snapcaster, I want all of my mana available. But I'm pretty convinced that our deck actually doesn't believe in Snapcasters. So we've got 3 in the 75. And I don't think we've seen one in any of these games. Serum first, because if we find Fatal Push or something and their plan is just to block with Raging Ravine, we can just kill them. All right, we need this this Snapcaster off the maid, or Snapcaster off the top, sooner rather than later. That would be Fire Up Raging Ravine, absolutely. So that should be game. Opponent passes turn, we snap push the token. So unless they've got Force Negation out of their Jund deck. Haha. Find a threat situation with Shadow. What's new? Those white cards coming in clutch there. Do we have any white cards that game? Or was that just like all blue-black? I honestly don't remember. I feel like it was all blue-black. Blue black. Yep. Like, so that's a good point that you bring up right there. Even if unintentional, the blue black core of Death Shadow, like Gurmag Angler, Fatal Push, Snapcaster, Serum or Thought Scour, all of those cards will win you a substantial amount of games. And what you're putting around it often doesn't matter. It's kind of like Diet Uro in that regard. You're basically just splashing removal around it, like red for K Command and Bolt possibly, or white in this case for Path or Stoneforge. But I don't think Stoneforge is really winning you games. Let's see, Frost Daughter MTG coming back for the 4-month resub. Thank you so much. Welcome back to these subscribers. I don't know if you've had a chance to see it yet, but we did get our sweet Teamer Battle Rage emote in. Ooh, mirror match. So opponent went Street Wraith, Bloodstained Mire, go. Alright. They're not on Luris, so I would assume this would mean either Grixis or 4-color. Bloodstained Mire is a lot less popular in 4-color, usually like a 1 of, maybe a 2. So my guess is Grixis. And if it's Grixis, I want to lead on Thoughtseize over Inquisition because I want to be able to hit Gurmag Angler. If they want to stub this, they can. You got it. So they can untap and go like Thought Scour myself, play Gurmag. That would be pretty annoying. They don't. So let's fire off another hand disruption spell. Stub it. You got it. Do you have another one? Do not. Liliana of the Veil. Mana Leak. Well, we're going to take a Liliana because we're going to have a bit of trouble beating that one. Had to be a Portuguese request. Is that... is it common to see Esper out of Portugal? So they have Mana Leak. So I'm just going to fire off this Serum Visions. If they want to Mana Leak this, by all means. Sure. Like, it's pretty aggressive Mana Leaks. Mill over Shadow plus Angler. So I'm guessing this is just like straight blue-black Shadow. Maybe they have a Battle Rage Splash. But you typically don't see like triple Watery Grave out of Grixis. So last card is Fatal Push. We know about it. Let's see. I would like to crack a clearing, please. Ooh. I guess we should go ahead and fire off that one, since we know it's safe at the moment. Huh. That one's pretty good. Here's this guy, opponent. They know... Yeah, they know about both Mana Leak and Batter Skull. Looks like they top decked a Dismember. Oh no, Gurmag of their own. Sure. So not offering up this trade. But obviously have to take it if they attack back. Thoughtseize is fine. I was going to say they shouldn't offer up this trade since I've got the silent clearing on board. Just means that I'm going to see more draws to potentially get out of it. So it's kind of like race to see the second threat. And I am pretty convinced that that they are just blue-black. Do I have the list that I'm playing? Yes. If you hit exclamation point deck list, it's uploaded to Stream Decker. Get a nice convenient view of it. No problem at all. They haven't played their other card, which could mean it's like another Fatal Push. Could be a Stubborn Denial. I don't mind both Stoneforge and Shadow. I'm going to draw the Shadow first so that I don't like shuffle it away with the Stoneforge. So this is for what? Thought Scour. So I let this resolve. my mana leaking Thought Scour. So I'm assuming my opponent's attacking with both next turn to trade off Gurmag and leave with Snapcaster on board. I mean, like, the one life doesn't matter, right? Because he's going to be swinging into my Gurmag with Gurmag and Snapcaster this turn. There's, like, no reason that he wouldn't. So if I know I'm losing my Gurmag Angler anyway, then that one life difference off of mana leaking this versus spell he plays doesn't matter. Alright. Well, like we said, it was a race to the threat. True name Nemesis mode, exactly. Exactly. We do have some bangers to bring in here. Am I just boarding out all of my hand disruption? No. I want to keep in my thought seizes. Maybe detention spheres aren't that great. Jax, good evening. How's the deck feeling? Not enough data yet. We won round 1 over Jund, and it felt okay there. Have to add another column for Esper. I think it's 16,999. Pretty picky about my columns. Oh, man. It's the joys of trying to type, like, around a microphone. So we played Jund. To be determined. If they shuffle, they won't draw that Wraith if they drew it. I mean, not saying results-oriented thinking. Then they need to block Gurmag on your turn and leave Shadow up to block Snap. Well, I wasn't going to get to attack with Gurmag. They were going to force the block. Like, if you're making the argument that we shouldn't have made that play because they would just be able to draw into the Street Wraith off a blind draw, then seems a little sus. So opponent could have gone for a turn 1 Shadow. But yeah, Jax, the deck's okay. Like, it's certainly a lot more counter heavy than a lot of Shadow lists. So, what would we rather have stubbed? It's kind of an interesting spot. Like, I can go for Fatal Push, they stub, I stub. I could go for Path, they stub, I say cool, Fatal Push it. I think the play is go for Fatal Push off the Shrine. If they stub, I can stub. If they don't stub, I can Serum Visions. You just know they get the stub. Like, zero chance they don't draw a stub in that 2-turn window. Good old triple cycle first turn. I mean, that's 3/4 of the threats we cared about down. Optimism. So they've got Mana Leak Unknown. So this has got to eat a stub. Or yeah, Mana Leak, right? Yep. Scour, sure. Got another Mana Leak. Nope. Here's all my removal opponent. So this has probably got to be a Dismember. Or Liliana. Yep. Lily would have been pretty good there. Ricardo, it's round 2. We beat Jund round 1. Now we get to try our luck here. That is, by all technicalities, something that we can play out on the board. So we're just hoping they go creature, creature. Jace the Mind Sculptor. Okay. Jace the Mind Sculptor. Oh, man. Bounce Shadow, sure. Surely they can't waste this Jace on another unsummon. Just play dudes. Preferably dudes that aren't Snapcaster. Like, they've got Drown in the Lock in the yard. What did I say about dudes that weren't Snapcaster? Made one request, opponent. No, tell me you didn't just do that. Tell me you have Drown in the Lock. Opponent. You have Drown. Why are you getting Dismember? Opponent. I can't Snapcaster a Snapcaster and a Gurmag. Alright, so Spheres. Especially because we saw Jace and we saw Liliana game 1. Probably do need to cut or up the stub count. No. God. What am I moving? Like, between Jace and Liliana, I just, like, have to have counter spells, right? I don't know. We'll figure it out. See. This list Mario played actually is getting results. Giovanni went 4-1 with it. I 4-1. Eduardo went 5-0. The 5-0 list today is also from Mario. It's a pretty good lineup. I don't see what White is bringing. White seems weak. Path is a hell of a drug, and I think the idea is that Stoneforge fixes some holes in the Shadow plan. Not vouching it is correct at this point, though, but certainly an interesting idea to explore. So, kind of the feeling I'm getting from it is we're winning games, or we've won in these first 2 rounds, and albeit these are not typical meta results because we have played against Jund and now Blue-Black Shadow. But the games that we've won have been games because we just played out Gurmag Angler. And our opponent was sitting on, like, fatal pushes and things like that. So I do think there's a consideration there for, like, us not doing anything inherently broken or insane. This needs to be marsh flats. There's 1 flats in the deck and 4 bloodstained mires. They need to be marsh flats so I could get a hallowed fountain right here. I don't know if that was a budget consideration or an oversight or what. But it's literally all upside to have marsh flats instead of bloodstained mire. So I think worst case scenario here would be me pathing Gurmag and they just get to untap and cast like Liliana or Jace. So I'm choosing to take a hit off this Gurmag to hold up Mana Leak through their turn. And they're like, if they have a counter now, they're going to have a counter on their turn. But if I pass to their turn, I'm just giving them an extra draw. Them untapping with this 3rd land, I don't think matters. Like, there's that tiny, tiny, tiny little percent that they didn't have a 4th land. They had a Jace in hand, and now they get to cast it. But I think the odds are, like, so low that it's not really worth it. Land. Not a land. Missing that 3rd land drop is probably going to cost us the game. Especially if this is like Gurmag into alright, so no Gurmag is, I guess, a plus. But they could have just decided no reason to tap out for Gurmag. Yeah, we just needed to see that 3rd land. The only out is if they don't keep a stub. For the most part, yeah. This is a Gurmag, so I can't even like Snapcaster Detention Sphere 1. Yep. All right. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, then get back here for round 3. All right. On to round number 3. What comments did I miss? That blue-black shadow control seems pretty neat. It was pretty interesting. Like Liliana's and Jace's. Certainly different from the norm. So for the people who've been playing this Esper list, what have you been finding success against? Like, what matchups is this list shining against? What are you having trouble with? Give me some feedback here. Like, is this list meant to be metagaming against something? Is it supposed to be like preparing for a future metagame? I only played one league, one against Dredge, green-red mid-range, black-red Scourge, Twiddle Storm, lost to Amulet. That actually makes a good bit of sense. That breakdown, I mean. It's like, judging from just the initial look of this deck. So I'm getting Gurmag down on turn 3, so I don't really care about Archmage's Charm. I'm just going to kind of stop them from drawing out of this. Yeah, judging based on what I'm seeing of the list so far, you're pushing your curve up pretty high, almost to the point of like trying to compete with the other like mid-range decks, and I don't feel like this deck is very well equipped to do that. Flame Slash I don't care about. So I'll take Charm so that I can play out Gurmag next turn and Snap Thoughtseize the Drake the turn after. Are you winning, son? We're currently 1-1 in our 2 matches, which is better than I thought I was going to be after 2. That could also kill a Drake. So let's put that on top. Hashtag believe. Hashtag. See, I think Stoneforge is overrated and clunky. I can't really say that I disagree. Like, I feel like adding in Stoneforge is shifting the deck so far towards the more expensive end of the spectrum in terms of CMC. Like, you're adding in 4 2-drops with Stoneforge, a 3-drop with Sword, a 5-drop with Batterskull, which I know technically you only want to be paying 2 mana for either of those. But then if you don't count them as 5s, you're counting them as adding 4 more 2-drops with the Stoneforge activation. Then, like, sideboard Detention Spheres, Kaya's Guiles. Like, you're making it so that the deck can't really function without 3 or 4 lands. And if you're getting up to that point, like, what's the advantage of playing a Death Shadow deck? Like, why are we playing these cards if we're losing the advantage that we had from a mana efficiency front? Delicate Awakening. So opponent's got a Flame Slash. Is the only thing we know about. So we can snap Inquisition. Is that our best line? Probably. And a Kiki Jiki. Alright. Keeping Fatal Push because it kills a Kiki Jiki target. It's the only reason. So, like, opponent's out is drawing into Pestermite this turn to stop Gurmag from attacking. Which means I think I kind of want to just move the sword. Because, like, if they had to have had Pestermite to stay alive, then I might as well move it to something that's going to get an attack in. What's the advantage or disadvantage of either? I think the play is move it to Stoneforge. So then we just Fatal Push and win. Alright. See. Everything is bad and awful, but we have a fish with a sword. Never seen it before. We're going to post this in the Discord. I mean, it's what we came here to do, right? Equip fish with swords. Alright, Kiki-Jiki. So, we're expecting Boil out of their sideboard. I don't think we really need to go as... I guess Mana Leak's not the worst. We'll keep it as a consideration. But I think Stubs and like the Mana Leaks we already have are fine. I don't expect Blood Moon out of them. Aether Gust is... I'll just keep this. Lost to Black-Red Scourge game 2 because he boiled me. I was going to ask Ben Jones about that because I saw him tweet about it yesterday. Or 2 days ago. Something like that. Posting a Black-Red Scourge list with Boil. I've played a few leagues with Boil in the sideboard of Rakdos, and it has not felt good to me. Like, I would much rather have Blood Moon probably 95% of the time. And all the matchups that I was bringing Boyle in for, I was winning without it. So it's like if I don't need Boyle for these matchups to win, then why am I boarding in the card? Bring in all the counters, shave push. I don't want to shave push because I saw... I don't want to shave all of my pushes because I saw the Drake, Crackling Drake. I don't really want to just be dead to that card. So, like, I need some amount of interaction. Boyle is bad because people are now respecting it. I wouldn't say that means it's bad. It just means that it's, like, never going to be as big of a blowout as it used to. Like, it's still solid, right? Mystical Dispute. So again, I think we're just taking Opt and then plan on taking like Valakut Awakening with Inquisition or Stoneforge on turn 2. Inquisition again on turn 3. Are we playing around Boyle? Like, just get another Godless Shrine here. Kind of okay with that, honestly. Viking, how's Esper Shadow going? We're currently 1-1. We beat Jund and we lost to like a blue-black Shadow control deck with like Snapcaster, Liliana, Jace the Mind Sculptor. So, whatever that tells us. Alright, so we'll shock this in Inquisition, see what we're dealing with. Snapcaster. Could just mana leak this. So mana leak, they dispel or mystical dispute, and nothing really changes. This one, you can't shock to get it in. Should we just taking the Awakening? I kind of like just take Awakening, make them opt for a land, and then if they play the Drake, we just mana leak. If they don't play the Drake, we Stoneforge in the sword. Well, good luck. Appreciate it. We'll need all the luck we can get. Played against some weird matchups. So let's see. Opponent bottomed with Opt. See what they do. Because if they go for like Archmage's Charm or something to counter this, yeah, then I'll just strap up the Stone Forge and start swinging. So they've got Dispel. So how much do I want to play around this Stoneforge connecting? What about Snapcaster pre-combat? Target Inquisition. Go to combat. Attack. This way, second main, I get to untap my lands, Inquisition, and hold up, or Inquisition, Shadow, hold up Mana Leak. Remand. Sure. Here's a Shadow. Come on, go for a Drake. Well, I think we're definitely mana leaking that. Alright. Happened. Stuff occurred. Snap Inquisition, you mean after they remanted our first one? We could have, but I really wanted to like pass the turn holding up Mana Leak. Because I felt like the only way we really lost that game is our opponent drawing or playing like a, I don't know, a Jace or a Crackling Drake or something there. So match number 4 coming up. We'll see what we get paired against. Hopefully something pretty sweet, because this league has been a little all over the place. Alright, we got to update. So we lost to Blue-Black Shadow. We beat Blue-Red Kiki. I have no idea if Kiki is 1K or 2Ks, so somebody's going to have to let me know on that one. Alright. Know we're looking for a threat. This Snapcaster's not the worst. Pogling Drake. Ooh, Prowess. Or no, it's Burn. Burn's going to be a bit tougher here. Don't know about this list, to be honest. It seems to be getting pretty mixed reviews. Ricardo, one of the ones that kind of came up with this list, is in the chat. Bench has been playing it some. I'm still trying to figure out like where exactly this deck slots in the existing modern meta. So, Eidolon here. We will snap off a Mana Leak. It's an alright one. Yesterday we played 4-color. When I left, we were 1-3. Now we're 2-1. It's positive. I got nothing. I can't argue that one. All right. So let's see if we can have some fun with this life total. Helix my shadow. Well, I don't very much like that. At least get them thinking about stubborn denial. Could also backfire. They could realize that they can't beat a stubborn denial and just go face. Or they just have like an overload of bolt effects. So what all does this do? I'll just go like this. Yeah, if they have it, they have it. This is good enough. We'll see what happens. Like, obviously, I want to see a second land, but I am doing a decent bit off one land here. Double Goblin Guide, Swift Spear, Eidolon. Fatal push off the top. Inquisition, because like I really just don't want my opponent dropping down this Eidolon. Everything else we'll figure out as we go, but can't deal with Eidolon. So their hand is Skullcrack, Boros Charm. So I believe this is going to be a pretty easy, like, push turn. But we'll see. I did see Skewer, and like waiting till their turn to fetch is opening up Skewer, but like that means that they would have to Skewer and not play Boros Charm. Alright, so I think I'm just gonna have to fade a burn spell. So like I'm not dead to a 2-mana burn spell, and I think I just have to fade it. Yeah, so now I can shock in whatever, attack with both, have Aether Gust. Slow roll, no, I'm taking my time. Double checking. Bench redeemed Hydrate, got you. This hand looks not great. This is a little better. Just gonna bottom Gust. Still not a huge fan of Aether Gust. So we get basic Swamp, Inquisition. Take Skullcrack since we have Kaya's Guile in hand. I feel like I'm probably going to end up wanting this to involve gaining 4 life to some degree. I'm supposed to get Stoneforge here. So opponent's hand is Land Skewer. Foundry Skewer. They've got Rift Bolt suspended. If we fetch Shock Stoneforge, go to 12. They Rift Bolt us to 9, Skewer to 6. We have to chump, so that doesn't really do anything. So we just get tapped Hallowed Fountain plus Fatal Push. Maybe like get an island next turn, Kaya's Guile. Yeah, I'm fetching up a tapped land for sure. So I want to do this before the Goblin Guide trigger, because I don't want to see something that I want on top and then have to fetch it away. Alright, so this is just Kaya's Guile, sack a dude, gain 4. Here's Inquisition plus Stoneforge. Not going down to 4. I don't think it matters, but I'm going to Stoneforge on their upkeep, because I want to give them a chance to play a spell into my turn. Super rewarded for not fetching down to 4 there. Just want to point that out. Ha 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 ha. Now you can batter skull in and stub. That would be a first too. Is that the first time somebody's hard stubbed off a batter skull? I know it's the first time I've done it, so that was kind of cool. I would have let it resolve and play around Skullcrack, but then if you let it resolve and play around Skullcrack, you're not playing around Exquisite Firecraft. So there's always play around something, but then you're not going to play around something else. I'd rather just play around the known burn spell on the top. Sudden Shock, yeah. Lava Dart. Mill. His hand's not fantastic against Mill. Orb, Cacophony, Drown. So we take the continual Mill effect. I assume they just go for the Cacophony here. They don't. So valuing the Drown more. Like, they're going to have the Drown for this, or they're going to have it to use later on something I care about, so we're just going to get it out of hand now. They Cacophony me. I can snap Dismember the Crab on my turn. Ooh, that's pretty good. That also kills a crab. I'm gonna drown this. Yep. So killing the crab that Snapcaster can't swing into. So many crabs. Great draw. Great draw. Thought the only reason to play Stoneforge in a Shadow deck is to play the red artifact TBR. You mean Embercleave? I don't think there's enough creatures that you can like legitimately have in a shadow deck to make Embercleave worth it. I snap dismembering another crab. Snap stubs probably better still. Or I can't snap stub. God. Alright, so they have to chump with the crab. We're not dead to Archive Trap. Alright. That's only exile opponents. So we want stubs and leaks. Trim on a stone forge. Fortunately, we can't really trim on pushes in this matchup anymore. Dissension Sphere could be okay, but like most of these mill decks are kind of going towards the blue-black control route. And like they're good against, like you said, the crabs and the artifact, but they're bad against literally everything else in the deck. I think I just have to eat an Archive Trap here if they've got one. Like, I want to get down double Shadow next turn, so if they got a trap, they got a trap. So this Visions is online for them next turn. Ugh. Crypt Incursion doesn't seem like a great bring in on their side. They just draw double removal? No. That would have sucked. just have to go snap dismember. Like Force Shadow is a chump blocker this next turn. Crypt Incursion is currently gaining them 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. But if they pass to my turn, I get to Manolete Crypt Incursion. So the hope is just Field of Ruin, I mill 3, pass. Like, upkeep Crypt Incursion, whatever, that's fine, don't care. Just don't main phase Crypt Incursion. Alright. Now we've got ourselves a battle. A lot of lands. Yep. What are the odds? What are the odds? Apparently like 1 in 15 before anybody says anything. Yep. Wouldn't have mattered against the Archive Trap, but oh well. I think I still like Serum Visions more than Detention Sphere. Alright. We get to mess up some crabs. We go to second main before casting Serum, just in case they want to Archive Trap us inside of combat. Probably could have been a little more picky on that Gurmag and just taken out the creatures so they couldn't Crypt Incursion. Honestly, didn't think about that one as thoroughly as I should have. So let's respond. Snapcaster. We've got a stubborn denial in our yard. So we can target that. Oh, they milled over our basic island too. I didn't notice that. Trap plus visions. I know, crab. Just in case we draw a shadow. Probably wouldn't have made that play if I'd seen they milled over our island. Land. Oh, man. So you're saying there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance. If it doesn't kill Gurmag, it's snap resolving. If it doesn't keep me from killing them, it's snap resolving. Come on, Hardcast Archive Trap. Let's go. Oh man, that was a trip and a half, that league. I see we still don't play the put in sideboard, don't take out any cards. You see correct. You see correct. So let's see. After league number 1, what are we thinking? We still got more to play, so don't think we're out of the woods yet. What was the other matchup? I forgot what the last. It was Burn. Good call. Let's see. It was a nice little 4-1. Ladder, unfortunately, wasn't 5-0, just a 4-1. Kevin, Stoneforge indeed. What the fuck is this? This is obviously Esper Death Shadow with Stoneforges and Kai's Gals and Detention Spheres. And it's put up a couple decent results recently, so we figured we would try it out. Oh. Is it covered by the camera? How about that? Better. What's the loss to? The loss was to blue-black Shadow Control with, like, Jace the Mind Sculptor and Liliana the Veil and Death Shadows and, yeah, Mana Leaks. And all I know is it had, like, Mana Leak and Liliana the Veil in the main deck. Wild times. Wild West out here. I think we need Teferi. Well, then you need to tell Ricardo to put Teferis in his list. I don't make the lists. I just play the decks. Not good at building decks. I'd argue I'm not even good at playing decks. I'm just good at burning tickets. It seems like the consensus opinion so far has been we don't need the blue, or not the blue. We need the blue. We don't need the white. Though we did get to strap up a Gurmag Angler with a Sword of Feast and Famine that league, and I'm going to admit that was pretty fun. Let's see. Sappy, this might sound crazy, but how's your cube play? It's okay. It's not fantastic by any means. Like, I've got a few trophies. I've beaten the trophy leader. But for the most part, when I cube, I don't really try to draft the best archetype. Or a lot of the times I won't even try to draft what's open. I'll just draft something that I'm going to have fun playing. Smart strategy, so when you lose, you can blame someone else. Now you're catching on. Oh yeah, it wasn't me, it was the list. I don't know who sent me a list with 4 Death Shadows. Can you believe this guy? Crazy. I'd have settled for 2 Death Shadows, but this guy was like, no, we need the full 4. Planning on stone forging next turn. Doesn't really matter. Well, I'm all for killing that thing. So then I guess the question becomes, how aggressive do I want to be with my life total? Because if this is... It's not mono red Obosh. So mono red Prowess. Against Prowess, that answer gets a lot different. Because they're going to have some critical mass of spells that don't directly damage you. So think things like... Manamorphose, Crash Through, Light Up the Stage, all those kinds of things. So, being a little careful with my life total is a good thing, but I don't need to be as overly careful about it as I would against something like Mono Red Obosh. And there's a chance they see me get this sword and they're like, alright, well, I don't care about Stoneforge because they just got a Sword of Feast and Famine. A chance. Not great, but a chance is better than no chance, right? Get to Lava Runner. That is, by all technicalities, a magic card. Something, something, they have a critical mass of spells that don't actually deal damage to you. Something, something. So, what am I taking here? I want to play out the batter skull on my turn so that I'm not turning on light up the stage or skewer. What does this thing do? 2 or more instant sorceries gets +1/+0 and haste. So they could double it up with mutagenic growth and kill the germ token. I feel like I'm okay with that. So that means worst case scenario would be they draw a burn spell, burn me, double skewer the batter skull, the germ token. So I think I just take a skewer. Again, I'm A-okay trading this germ token with a Gitu Lava Runner plus a mutagenic growth. So I am snapping off the block. So this is 3 to bounce it. So I think I just get some Shockland, play Gurmag, and hold up Stoneforge put in sword. Opponent can like pay 3, skewer the critics me, cast light up the stage, and that spends their entire turn and just like doesn't really accomplish anything. Or that. So this is 5 to equip. There's no way to like float mana and equip over, so. Let's see, Hilbert, do we consider the new flying equipment? Well, this was a list that was submitted to me, so I didn't make any changes on it. I have not made any kind of considerations regarding the list whatsoever. So, have I considered XYZ? I have not. Maul of the Skyclaves is a trap. Don't play that card. Could you elaborate for us? for the folks at home. So I've never cast Maul of the Skyclaves, nor Stone Forged it in, nor anything similar. So I honestly don't know how it is. So they're dead. Alright, game 2. Kai's seems fantastic here. Tension Sphere, Path are all options. God. It's like we just came to mess up this matchup in particular. Like, are you sure we can only have 60 cards? Because we can bring in more. We don't have to stop at 60. See, Maul plus Geist is great. I mean, I feel like just Geist is great. Does Geist need a Maul? Maul is hard to reattach when the first target dies for Death Shadow without Wisps. Oh, for decks without Wisps. So there's decks that can't, like, flicker it. Here, I kind of want to just keep them from having multiple creatures out. Like, I want this Detention Sphere to come down and sweep up the only guy that they have on board. I was going to say, I hope it didn't mess up and, like, leave them a light up the stage, because I thought that was a Skewer the Critics, but it was a Skewer the Critics, so... we're good. So let's just get a tapped Hallowed Fountain, say go. I assume this is going to be something like spike you, skewer you, attack with Swift Spear. Oh no, opponent, burn spells to my face, my only weakness. Ah. Well, I guess, if you insist, deck. So the last card in hand for them is an Abrade. So let's go swing, I'll Stone Forge and go get Batter Skull, hold up this Fatal Push on the Lavamancer or Lava Runner. Whatever this thing is. Lava something. Or do I want a Snapcaster push? That'd be better. I guess. I don't think it matters too much. What is this? Modern staple get to Lava Runner? Absolutely. How could you think it was anything other than modern staple get to Lava Runner? So I'll Snapcaster, target push, go to block with the Snapcaster, and they can either like spin the Abrade, killing the Snapcaster, or just let it trade with the get to Lava Runner. In which case I still have access to snap push later. This just means that they can't really play out like a cheeky second main phase creature. Wizard's Lightning. Oh man, so we're dead to a burn spell off the top. Don't do it, opponent. Don't do it. Deal. We're not dead to that one. Know their last card's Abrade. Not afraid of Abrade, so I'm going to attempt to just kill them. Is our plan successful? Ha ha ha. Let's see, what did I miss? Just thinking a sort of TBR replacement, give evasion, when reattaching wasn't part of my plan. Reattaching never is. The card is a pseudo TBR, but drawing an equipment in this deck is a very high cost, so more than 2 equipment I wouldn't recommend. The sword is played to get through Titan and Field of the Dead, and to get us mana advantage versus control decks. Versus aggro and dredge, you have Batter Skull. So you have 2 options for very different decks. Maul doesn't actually help with the plan of the deck and is a very high cost to deck building, while bringing value only in very narrow scenarios. That's fine. Makes perfect sense. Wonder if they play modern staple Goblin Chain Whirler. I wish. No, wait, they could prevent lethal. My bad. They couldn't. I can't count. I'm guessing you were thinking about like abrading the shadow with the -1/-1 counters. But no, they could not prevent lethal with that. So I'd really like to draw a modern staple any second land. All right. So then I want this polluted delta to get hallowed fountain, which means I can just go basic swamp, hand disruption. We're just taking Stone Forge. I guess we could take Path. They Hierarch. We Stone Forge for sword. They Stone Forge. We Thoughtseize what they Stone Forge for. That way we don't have to get the second like non-white source or non-blue source. If they path Stoneforge, it's good for us. I mean, we need to have like something going on to play through this. We don't want to just have like no threat and nothing on board. Alright, so let's Thoughtseize, because we know they have Batter Skull. So this Thoughtseize is like sure to resolve. So we could Jace, let them Batter Skull, but we get to Batter Skull. We could, or So all I'm gonna say is if we took Stoneforge and let them path our Stoneforge, we would auto lose to this hand. Like, not even close. So, like, having no presence on board and them having double Planeswalker. Ugh. We'll take both walkers here now. We have Sword and Skull for their skull. We just tank a while. I mean, yes, like we've got some pieces of interaction here, but tanking for a while is something that's going to be rough when like their top decks are these kind of things and our top decks are not. Like, we definitely just need them to brick, like, 2 turns, and we might have a decent chance. So I think it's like if we get to put in Sword of Feast and Famine, or put in Batterskull next turn, put in Sword and equip it, like we're in pretty okay spot or pretty okay spot. But if they have anything that like disrupts that, like we're happy if he spell quellers, right? Like we destroy spell queller. Spell queller means we get to resolve all of our stuff. This is what Lysol has been worried about for years, a germ fight. Mr. Clean knew this day would come. That's rough. Did he forget about Exalted? He might have. Were you scared of Death Shadow because he saw the list posted in Challenge? I feel like that one's a little less likely. Are we just like swinging with Shadow because if it dies, we're upgrading our Shadow to a 3/3? 3/3 that can't be Skyclave apparitioned. Yeah. Geek Media, the Death Shadow Batter Skull synergy. The deck makes me feel things. I don't know if that's a good thing, but I see where you're coming from. Does make me feel things as well. Dismember. Whoo! Whoo, that's a heater off the top. Oh, man. It's a pretty good Magic the Gathering card. What member? The only member we need. So I believe what I'm going to do, now that he's blocked, I'll dismember. I was planning on just like dismembering on his upkeep if he didn't block. Force, sure. Ha 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 ha. Oh, deck, our bad cards beat up your bad cards. Alright, what do we think? We saw Teferi, Jace, Stoneforge, Skyclave, a bunch of Force Negations, Hierarchs. Like, we're just assuming straight Bant Stoneblade. We didn't see Uro. We didn't see Ice Fang Coatl. But I think it's like 0% that they're not playing either of those cards. So Path is an option. Mana Leak. So let's see. Considerations. I don't think I want Detention Sphere because of Teferi. Maybe I do want it because of Teferi. Judging by Jace Teferi, I'd put them on Uro. There's a chance. Maybe we just say, like, no to these things. No to these. Bring in Mana Leaks. Just saw it now. We should cut 3 Bloodstained Mires for 3 Marsh Flats. Yeah, I said that in one of the games earlier because I had an opening hand that like I needed to get a Hallowed Fountain, but I had a Bloodstained Mire, and mentioned about there like being no downside to playing Marsh Flats instead of Bloodstained Mire, and just like being straight upside. And I didn't know if that was a budget consideration or what. Bloodstain is cheaper in paper. I will agree. So, like, if it is a budget consideration, then it makes sense. but you do have to accept that there's a number of games that you're going to have to suboptimally fetch. It's just like if you're playing Grixis Shadow and you've uh, got Polluted Delta over a Scalding Tarn. There's going to be some number of games where, like, or not Grixis, Grixis, if you've got something like a Misty over a Scalding Tarn, there's going to be some number of games that you need Blood Crypt and you can't get it. So, like, if you are okay with that percentage, then you can just play really whatever. This is going to be pretty rough if they've got Teferi on turn 2. It was for budget reasons. I mean, like I said, makes sense. I would always put a black fetch in your shadow decks over blue fetches. I think I made a write-up on it on one of the Facebook pages about, like, if you don't have this optimal fetch, this is kind of how you should tier your fetches after that. Like, if you don't have Scalding Tarns or whatever for Grixis, then your next choice should be like another black fetch. It shouldn't be a Misty. Because if you're wanting to fetch with a Misty, you can't get Blood Crypt, but any black fetch is going to get your Watery Graves or your Blood Crypt. And Blood Crypt is more important to the deck than Steam Vents, so it's like a whole consideration there. I wonder if we're supposed to just, like, scoop and go on to game 3. I guess we can see if Kai's Guile resolves. Like, you sack a dude, we make a 1/1. If it resolves, maybe we give it another turn. If it doesn't, I think we just pack it up. Yeah. That was not happening. Do I want Stubbs? Like, Stub is such a good tempo play on the play. So maybe it's, like, better than Guile on the draw. But maybe I don't want the first Stub before the first mana leak, or before the fourth mana leak. It's like mana leak hits Skyclave Apparition, Ice Fang Coatl. Stub hits everything that mana leak, or doesn't hit everything that mana leak hits. Mana leak hits everything that Stub hits, especially on the play, plus the creatures. Yeah, like, I just don't think we're fighting with them on a value front. So, like, if we get into the mid game, unless they just draw as terribly as they did, like, game one, we're not winning in the mid game. So, like, I think we need to go with the tempo route. No mana dork, no mana dork, no mana dork. Sweet. Bet you won't path me, opponent. Stub is only better versus path, right? Dang. Opponent not going for it. They won't fall for our traps. So I think we're just passing here. Expecting this to be like Ice Fang Coatl. Yep. Which is annoying, but I feel like ultimately I beat Coatl. What I don't beat is like Dismember Coatl, they untap and play Teferi. But if I get to end a turn, just like put in a sword, untap, maybe draw a third land. Who knows? Feeling crazy. Skull should incentivize them to path. Well, the issue I have with getting Skull is not that I think it doesn't incentivize them to path. It's that if they do any other thing to get rid of, like, our Stoneforge Mystic, Batterskull is just worse. Like, there's not really a big argument for why we would rather have Batterskull than Sword of Feast and Famine against their deck. So I don't want to spend a turn getting like a suboptimal equipment on the hopes that I get to do something relevant with it or whatever. Their hand is what we would call pretty stacked. Oh, man. Don't think we're winning this one. Why are we still playing? Let's pack it up to the next match. Probably should. Probably should. Second path to exile. Huh. So, double Ice Fang, double Teferi, double Path, Purge, Jace, Uro, Skyclave Apparition. Well then. They're back, boys. Pack up the shadow cards. Let's move on. We had our moment in the sun. The Ozlith, Arm Batterskull and Shadow and Nambo. Why play them together? Because there's some number of matchups where you want one over the other. Is basically the short answer. The long answer is it's a sub-submitted deck list. So I didn't have any decisions made in this list, but they were having success with it, so I figured they deserved us trying it out. Like Shadow and Batterskull both on the field attacking at the same time, yes, that is a Nambo. But if you have Shadow and Batterskull on the field and they both can attack, they're not dying, they're living, it doesn't really matter which one you're attacking with. You can just attack with a Shadow and be fine. Alright. We still know that they've got, like, Uro. We're assuming Mystic Sanctuary. Another Ice Fang Coatl. We were not meant to win that one. I don't know if it's possible to get whitelisted from a matchup, but I'd consider that pretty close to it. I don't think any Shadow deck can win against that hand. Hard agree. I'd almost argue that I don't think any deck with creatures can win against that hand. I would love to play first, and I would love to keep this hand. This felt like Shadow's worst matchup when I've played against it. Just mono cards Shadow hates to see. Right. Like, Bant is... It kind of makes sense from a color pie perspective, right? Like, blue-black Shadow against the green-white blue for Teferi anti-Shadow deck. Just going to assume our opponent's not on something that's going to kill us turn 2. They are not. So I'm going to take a star and plan on Snap, Thought Seizing the Karn. which means my opponent is 100% to naturally draw Tron before turn 3. That means I'm probably flashing in a Snapcaster just to start attacking this turn. Like, watch this. They either play the mine or they sphere for the Ancient Stirrings or the Scrying and hit Tron. Quasimodo MD, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and hanging out with us for a bit while we play through some sweet Esper Death Shadow action. So just so we know the math, our opponent has got Blast Zone, Karn, a mine that they just searched for. Or did they just search for Blast Zone? They did search for Blast Zone, which means they drew the mine. 100% guaranteed drew the mine. Who wants to take bets? I'm going to say mine plus Karn the Great Creator. Mine, Karn the Great Creator, and then Karn, so mine, 2 Karn the Great Creator, Blast Zone is what I think their hand is. I was off. So, like I said, 100% drew the mine. Karn off the top. God, so close. Thought I had it called. Thought I had it called. How's the Esper action going? Well, we finished the first league 4-1. We are currently 1-1 in this league. And I was so close to having that call on the Karn. McDerp, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you as well are having a fantastic Tuesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by and, again, checking out some sweet Esper Death Shadow action. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anybody who has not seen me play against Tron before, this is about how it typically goes. Like, I wish I could say, oh my god, my opponent's so lucky. They're drawing so ridiculously well. Nah. This is normal. I know my luck against Tron. So I'm mad at the Pokemon game. Let's go to game 2. So Leek, Stubbs. Am I bringing in Detention Sphere? Seems better than Path. Is that just clean 6 for 6? All right. This is just normal Tron draws. They actually always have it. Exactly. Like, I always try to tell people my win rate against Tron is terrible because my Tron opponents, like, without fail, will draw the thing that messes me up the most. So, what do we play first round of this league? Mono Red Prowess. All right. Turn 1, stub a star sphere, map, whatever. Turn 2, Stoneforge for a batter skull. Turn 3, equip it. Pray. I think I want access to Hallowed Fountain here so that I can snap stub. I think that's better for me than Snap Inquisition. So I want the double blue earlier. Like, I'm not lowering my life total aggressively enough for Shadow. I'm not filling the graveyard quick enough for Gurmag. So, like, finding those cards before Black Source is dead anyway. Or we just draw the Black Source. No second Tron land. No second Tron land. No second Tron land. Shucks. And the Ancient Stirrings. Or is this like... Alright. Double Scrying Kozilek. Huh. That's a large gentleman. Let's see. Phone call coming in. Hold on. Alright, so I think that I have to crack the clearing looking for a Thoughtseize. Alright, so I'm pretty sure we don't beat this Kozilek attack. Like, I'm going to flash in the Snapcaster with the Annihilator trigger on the stack. And just sack, like, Snap, Stoneforge, Island, Godless Shrine, something like that. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Hits me for 12, puts me down to 3. Then he gets to play Thragtusk. Not really sure what we draw into off of this, but don't believe that's going to be it. So we're sacking what? Land. Maybe I can't sack land. I guess technically it would depend on if he was attacking with both or just one. Alright, so that means he can get Blast Zone, Kill Shadow. Yep. Alright. Boo, Tron, boo. Ah. JG87 iRock, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Tuesday morning, evening, or afternoon, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming by, hanging out, and checking out some sweet Death Shadow action with us. Alright, what do we got this next round? Ooh, Forgia. Pretty high-ranking official on the trophy leaderboard. So this should be a good match. So Blackcleave Cliffs in 2021, I'm assuming means Rakdos mid-range. I would kind of anticipate that over one of the other variants at the moment. Or it could just mean straight Jund. So taking Bolt here, so if I untap and Inquisition again, I just get to take Seasoned Pyromancer. Or we draw a second Seasoned Pyromancer. One of the two. They were both options. This is the slowest Shadow to get online ever. Alright, so Stoneforge is pretty good. Getting Batterskull or Sword? Guess just Batterskull. Since we're like 1 mana off of casting it anyway. Yep. Discard double Bloodbraid Elf. Bold. Very bold. Like, I'm not saying, oh my god, that's so wrong. How could you dare discard Bloodbraid Elves? It just seems like that's a really good card in the matchup. Thoughtseize is a pretty good draw there. But I didn't want to tap down for the Batterskull last turn and just leave Shadow like hanging out to dry in a removal spell. So let's take Bloodbraid. I was going to say, if our opponent Assassin's Trophies our Shadow into turn there, or even like now, what are the odds we just let it resolve? Like, just kind of say, cool, we've got a Batterskull. All right. Opponent could make a whole bunch of tokens, but they've determined that they've seen enough. Do I want Mana Leak over Aether Gust? probably. Just because, like, Liliana is such a big consideration. Just kind of trim on some stuff here and there. Hand's really good if we rip a land off the top. And really not if we don't. I think we gotta ship it. Oof. Alright, so we'll throw back you. Croxa push. So we're just taking trophy and looking for an angler. So this is Croxa. We discard Dismember. They have Croxa. Why would they not cast it? What would they draw as just like better than casting Croxa? Like, again, what? Like, there's no way that just draw go multiple times in a row is better than just playing the Croxa. My snap thought seizing. Let's see, offbeat hero. So what are we splashing white for? Giver and Ranger Cap? Negative. Negative on both of those. We are splashing for Stoneforge Mystic. Sure. Stoneforge Mystic, and then like Kaya's Guile out of the sideboard. Detention Sphere. It's a requested list, so we're seeing what happens. There we go. It's the trophy leader high level gaming you. It's what it feels like at the moment. I'm terrified. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that I want my opponent to kill my Snapcaster. Alright. I've got this mana leak and I need to use it on something. I guess that's okay. Carry on, opponent. You got it. Never cared about that Snapcaster anyway. All right, then. What's the equipment package? 1 Batter Skull and 1 Sword of Feast and Famine. I don't know if he's still in here, but Ricardo DSMTG, if you see him in here, he's the one, or one of the people that's involved in making the deck. He's the one that sent the list to me. So if there's any considerations or questions about the list, I would say he knows way more about the base list than I do. So if you're wondering like why something's included, why something else isn't, he's probably the best person to ask. This is the first day that I have played the list. So I'm learning on the fly. Which is one of the really cool things about our channel is Ricardo is still here. There you go. So if anybody has questions, comments, concerns, that is the person to ask. Am I liking the deck so far? I don't know. It's different. Not saying like good different or bad different. I know somebody mentioned either in the Discord or somewhere that it played very similar to Grixis, and I heavily agree with that so far. We're up against Gary Oak over here. Gray Oak sounds like one of the Ents from Lord of the Rings, the tree folk. No, another hate deck. So, this is one of the things that I'm kind of like planning on discussing after the league. Some of the concerns I would have about the deck is losing a lot of the explosiveness that you typically have in matchups like this. I'm curious as to how much it affects the deck overall. So we're just going to hope that opponent wants to brick for another turn and we can Thoughtseize plus play Shadow. Because, like, even if we Thoughtseize play Shadow here, they get back Uro next turn. So now it kind of becomes, are we able to beat Uro heads up? Uro synergy with my discard spells. I mean, yeah, this Uro is our fault. 100%. Imagine your opponent doing nothing, and they just get to have a 4 mana 6/6 that draws a card, gains 3 life, and lets them play an extra land on turn 4. Opponents over here like, I absolutely did not deserve this. All right. We haven't seen anything yet this game to make us believe our opponent's on 4 color instead of just Bant. Could be true, it could not be true. All right. So we hope they get something that they're going to be nice enough to let us Thoughtseize away. Like, just get that nice Batterskull, opponent. You've been looking at it all year. It's been on your Christmas list. Just go ahead and throw it into your hand. Do we know any other cards in his hand? We know the basic planes, and that's it. So he's got 1 unknown. That seems like a really aggressive attack. Like, I want to say just having access to Uro is better than this. So, we need to lose life, so we have to snap Thoughtseize. And we're just banking on our opponent not having a removal spell in one draw step. I guess even if they do, we're not dead. And the answer is... It's like a cryptic command, isn't it? I bet it's a cryptic command. Archmage's Charm, steal a shadow. Well, can't attack with a shadow. So now, like, fetch land is really good for them. Cryptic kills us. They just have like a ton of live draws. Let's see. Had to take a meeting. How's the league going? This league, we are 2-2. This is match 5. Fatal push off the top. Oh, man. It's not easy being me sometimes. Sorry, taking a call real quick. Alright, hand is... Probably not good enough. This is like a mold of 6. I don't really want multiples. Yeah, let's ship it. It's pretty good. Where can I download these Moto hacks? www.ineedtodrawbetter@magic.com. I got you. Yeah. Veil me. No veil. Purge path Coatl. Guess we're taking Coatl. The hope here is that these Serum Visions can draw us into like more hand disruption or counter spells or something to fight through the rest of this. Don't think I want the second Snapcaster. Like, I think I just want to Snap Inquisition next turn and, like, get Shadows down. So I can only really afford to give my opponent the chance to brick off for so long. Path, Purge, Dispel. Well. I guess we take Purge. Like, they're probably going to path in response to our Inquisition next turn anyway. So if they path the Snapcaster, we at least get, like, some sort of an advantage from it. Not that, like, taking the Purge and not getting anything is bad. Just like, hey, if we get a chance to get something free, why not take the free thing? One lane closer to Batterskull? Exactly. Like, that's the plan for us in the control matchup, is just to hard cast Batterskulls. Oust. Creature into its owner's library, second from the top. So just take path. play out double shadow. They can oust a shadow. We untap and Street Wraith back into it. That's a solid one. Alright. Absolutely no way in my life am I playing around a Wrath effect here. What? Come again? Night Pack into second oust. Second oust. Oh my. What just happened? Oh man. I am something. Night Pack Ambusher. But it's like the Night Pack didn't even do it to us. It was the double oust, right? Like the first oust, no problem. We had it red. Ripping the second oust off the top, though. That hurt. Night Pack Ambusher into second oust in the year of our Lord 2021. All I'm going to say is so far in 2021, we have gotten Night Pack Ambusher double ousted. We got to double Aether Gust fogs out of our Uro opponent. This year is shaping up to something. I don't think we can keep this without a blue source. This is better. Path, deprive. Plus Night Pack Ambusher. Because it just wouldn't be a hand of magic cards without Night Pack Ambusher, right? Also, I could be wrong, but I feel like Deprive isn't really the card you want in this matchup. Where you have to, like, negatively tempo yourself early to get some sort of an advantage off of it. Six life turn 2? No. No, even lower. We're not done yet. In the words of the late great Billy Mays, but wait, there's more. Threat, one time. Not a threat. I think we're keeping Stoneforge. No, opponent. No. No. Need you to not have interaction. You broke the one sacred rule. It was to not do anything to stop us. Easy Shadow off the top. Not the Easy Shadow we wanted. Easy Shadow off the top. I see it's still not a shadow. Yeah, we kind of did a lot of spinning our wheels for no traction this game. Like all 4 Street Wraiths, plus a Serum, plus a Silent Clearing, and we saw a Stoneforge. We'll concede to Night Pack. Alright. Thoughts on the deck? I guess I would put them into a couple different categories. Like, let's go 2 categories. One is thoughts about the deck in a vacuum, and the other is thoughts about the deck and its positioning in Modern at the moment. So, thoughts about the deck in a vacuum. I think that the idea is cool to have Stoneforge in addition to like your Gurmags and Shadows. But the Stoneforge just felt very lackluster to me. And it feels like you're spending a lot of energy shifting your curve in this direction. So you need to have like more lands to function. You get less streamlined. You're less in on like stubs, sorcery speed, serum visions. And you're just like migrating towards this higher end. Which, I mean, could mean you have better time against, like, Rakdos, whatever, but this is talking about a vacuum. And I guess my feeling is if you're moving this way, then I feel like you're taking away the advantage of playing things like Gurmag and Shadow. Like, we're playing no baubles. We're not playing anything to, like, mitigate this movement up. To kind of even out the average CMC. I don't like Kaya's Guile and Detention Sphere. I think that those should just be Spell Bomb, Soul Guide Lantern, something cheaper. Like, we're moving the average CMC up, and the sideboard's not helping that. And I think that just puts us, like, right in the sight lines of every other mid-range and control deck in Modern. And we don't really have the tools to beat other mid-range and control decks. Now, thinking about the deck and its position in the current Modern metagame, it feels like you probably get a lot worse against Uropiles. Because, again, you're taking away that explosiveness that Shadows kind of need to get under a lot of these mid-range and control decks, and just kind of moving all of that aggression into the mid-game, but you don't have the value mid-game to compete with those decks. So I don't know what Stoneforge is doing to kind of help that. I'm sure it feels better against things like Rakdos, but just Snapcaster Push is pretty good against Rakdos without needing this part. See, to be honest, this deck probably just needs a few more lands. Sword of Feast and Famine should fight through zombie tokens. I mean, you could say, like, the deck needs a few more lands and just cut this part of it. Like, the higher up you go, the less you need to be relying on this, because there's no point in running this if you're not trying to be on the board early, pressuring, tempoing out. Like, this could just be an Esper mid-range deck and throw some other threat in here. And you'd probably see a lot of the same results if Stoneforge is good. What if you cut the black and blue and add some Thalias to Aether Vials? Now we're talking just like 4 Giver of Runes, 4 Leonid Arbiters, 4 Thalias. Well, like, the games that we won, I think we won one game with a Gurmag strapped with a Sword of Feast and Famine, but we didn't win because we had Sword of Feast and Famine, right? Like, we just won because we had a Gurmag. So I think, like, this part won us games. This part didn't. That being said, we didn't see any Field of the Deads in these leagues. So I understand that there is some bit of consideration there. Like, you can't really judge Sword of Feast and Famine's ability to fight through Field of the Dead, Primeval Titan if you don't see Field of the Dead, Primeval Titan. I guess the counter argument there would be those decks aren't as widely represented as people want to believe. Like, this is the current Modern picture. This is the first Primeval Titan deck. Like, yeah, these have Field of the Dead, but we've been getting under that pretty consistently with, like, typical Shadow. So I don't know if there's a reason to slow yourself down, leave yourself more susceptible to these to try to get like Sword for Field of the Dead. Because I think you just get worse against like some of these other random decks. But that's just my 2 cents. You'll have to take that opinion and build on it however you would like. But like in a vacuum, I think the idea of Esper Shadow is pretty cool. I just don't know if it's playing out the way right now that that it was envisioned to. But either way, I think we're going to call it there. I'm going to send everybody over to Mistaken69, who's currently playing some Amulet Titan. So if you decide to stick around, feel free to share some love from the channel. As always, appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. Enjoyed talking to everybody, playing through some Esper. Have no idea what we're going to be playing tomorrow. Figure it out sometime between now and then. Might play a little more with Rakdos, but we'll see. Other than that, hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their Tuesday. Stay safe, eat some good food, enjoy some good company, and I will see everybody again tomorrow. Take it easy.